George, why did you get in that bag? We drink a little wine, no one knows us.
He said, Sarah,
Sarah.
that's my name, don't wear it out. It's not intentional
Sarah
to
Boone
fall
needed a
asleep,
lawyer.
I swear.
Not malicious.
But he
I
said,
fell asleep.
Not malicious.
Then I fell asleep.
Sarah,
I fell asleep.
please won't you let
Because
me
it makes
out?
it sound like to me like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it.
Not intentional, no,
Right where it is.
Right down
just
there.
fell asleep
You
and
did
played,
him.
forgot he was in the bag of dead and stuff. Not intentional.
And I
Not
can't
an
imagine
accident at
her
all.
sister.
It will all make sense
The
when
case
she
is an
takes the
aberration.
stand. Oh, Sarah, Sarah.
Now you all think that I had even more in quote intent to do what I did, which was not intentional.
He said, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. That's my name, don't wear it out. It's not intentional to fall asleep, I swear. But he said, Sarah. But he said, Sarah. We said, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah.
Hello everybody, Excited Utterance here. My name's Hella, and today is the big day. Oh my god. And someone's talking from down there. Who could it be? Oh my god, I'm so excited. My name is Excited and I'm excited. It is Sarah Boone. Finally everybody. Finally we have the trial that we've all been waiting for. We have waited like 4.5 years. It was supposed to happen on the 7th of October. And now here we are. Sarah Boone, guys. Welcome everybody in chat. Do we have a raid? We do. Cat Not Williams, hi. Gifted 5 Excited Utterance memberships as well on your way in. Thank you for that. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Did you enjoy the opening song? Those of you who haven't heard the opening song yet, you can listen to it on repeat. There is a video of that. Mods, if you wouldn't mind, chuck that one down. You are more than welcome to listen to that one on repeat. Let me bring my guests in. Well, kind of guests. Let's see, who have we got here? Dali and my good old friend here, Lego Life, Law Life, or David Making Law Simple, whatever your name is today.
Yeah, I don't know. It changes from day to day. Hello, I'm excited for this. I haven't watched any of it.
You haven't watched any? Good, neither have I. I'm just going to edit your mic settings. I think you're a bit high. Let me see.
Am I hot? Am I hot?
You're a bit hot. You've got a bit of a hot mic
But I'm
today.
low?
No, you're actually pretty good today.
Really?
Yeah,
Your head is
you're not
low
bad.
in the circle, but
Now, Kat, I actually sent you a link if you'd like to join. You're welcome to join us if you would like.
YSL Savage. I love that name. In the chat.
Yep. And thank you so much for the 5 Excited Utterance memberships. Thank you for your support of the channel. Really appreciate it. You've been supporting both myself and Dali a lot lately, and we appreciate that. Lots of people coming over and enjoying our channel for the first time. We've welcomed a lot of new people in, and yeah, it's just been fantastic to meet new people. So thank you for that. Beautiful Waterfall, hi, thank you for being here early. And I have one thing to say to you, Beautiful Waterfall, because you were saying earlier that you wish that I would stream this trial. I am streaming this trial, just don't watch it during the day, and you can watch it at night with everyone else. Hey, it's easy. Alrighty.
No, I
those of
want, since Kat's still in the chat, I'm going to pick a bone with her. I have DM'd her, and she never responded.
She's bad about responding in her defense.
She's a little bit busy. She's kind of streaming
That's
all day.
okay. It was only a month ago.
Oh, was it also a month ago?
Well, she kind of had that little hurricane thing.
Yeah. All right. I'll give
Well,
her that.
there was that. There was that
Yeah.
hurricane. But she does kind of stream all day, every day. So I kind of got to give it to her. I'm about to learn what that's like. Because for me, it's now 8:05 a.m. and I'm about to stream a trial. So I'm about to learn what that's like myself. So let's see.
day for like 6 weeks. I think this trial is supposed to go.
I
Right?
do not think that's it's going to be quite 6 weeks. We will see.
No.
And publicly buzzed in chat.
Hey.
Shout out on X. Have a great show, guys. Thank you so much. Hello, Steve. Nice to see you. You're bad at keeping up with things.
I'm the same
Cool.
way.
Yeah. Good to see you, Chloe. Albert's Revenge as well. All right, let's get into it. You think it's going to be a 6-day trial, Bob? So do I. I think it's going to not be that long of a trial myself. They originally said it was going to be 4 days before. This was a couple of, like 2 years ago, back before she went pro se and all that kind of stuff. So, and then they allowed 3 weeks for it. That was when she was pro se. Now she's got lawyers. So, I think split the difference somewhere. Let's get into it.
I've been praising these lawyers, not necessarily
Yes.
for their lawyering skills, but I've been praising them because everyone's entitled to a defense. And I am happy to see that someone actually stepped up. And they've been doing a fairly decent job. I don't like all their arguments, but they've been doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that is defending their client.
Absolutely.
So now we're going to see. I haven't watched the opening. I don't know how bad this is. I don't know how good this is. No spoilers in the chat. Let's see how this goes.
I can't wait. And I agree, David. So many people have been having a big go at these lawyers, saying that they're unprepared, saying that they are sleazy, that they're shady, all the different things. How can you possibly be prepared when you walked in 3-4 weeks ago? They're doing their absolute best. And they come out of nowhere to help somebody who needs defense, who's asked for defense. Good for them. I can't fault them so far. So yeah, it's worse than you can ever imagine, Brandon. Okay, that's enough.
Well, that's from Brandon. So it could be worse than we could possibly imagine, or it's a complete fabrication on his part.
Oh, we don't know. We don't know. All right, we're in the suitcase, everybody. And by the way, the game today, there's 2 games. Firstly, we have the game where we are doing the gifted membership. So we just got 5 more memberships. We needed 18 more. So now we only need 12 more until we get to our next milestone. You can see that we have a dancing dog, a bat, a wine bottle, a wine glass. We have a Dr. Pepper up here and a pen and paper. So every time we get to 25 gifted memberships, a new thing arrives in the apartment. So we are in Sarah Boone's apartment right now. We need 12 more to get a hand sticking out of the suitcase.
That was my idea, by the way. And
that was your idea, David.
Idea.
Yeah. Oh my God, Snivels. Snivels just gifted 10. Oh, Snivels is starting off the game. Thank you so much, Snivels. Love you. You're amazing. Oh, wow. Okay, so now we only need 2 more. Thank you, Snivels, for your support. You're amazing, Snivels. Thank you. All right, well, it's 2 now, Lower. That's right. Let's get into this, and I'm going to start looking for the hand because I'm pretty sure... Oh, that sounds bad. I'm going to start looking for the hand. Thank you for the gifted membership, Snivels. Snivels. All right, let's get into this. Oh, one from Erin Olivia. Thank you, Erin Olivia. Only need 1 more. Make sure you got your gifts turned on, everybody. Make sure you got your gifts turned on. Thank you, Erin Olivia. Much appreciated. Wow.
All right, let's go.
Hang on. Wait. Let's go. Yep, let's go. Sorry. Yep. Doing it. How's she looking today, Miss Boone?
Bless you.
Dolly! You couldn't help it, could you? Aww. Thank you, Dolly. Oh, isn't she looking pretty?
Who is she talking to? Who is she waving at?
Oh, hey, Jenny. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jenny. Now, okay, that might be a little bit loud right now.
Yeah, I turned the mic.
Well, right now I've got the audio booster on, so I'm going to turn that off.
Was that a picture of a record she had?
A picture of a record. I have no clue.
William J. for the state.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone.
Okay, so I'm going to just turn the normal booster up. Oh, no. Okay, so we're going to be playing a bit with the audio today to get it good
And
for
can
you.
please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
How's that at the moment, guys?
Ms. Boone is
Hello.
seated at council table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are
cute.
affixed to her person, so we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 as identified in the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you the opportunity to review the culled down list
What
of
is this
119
like
documents?
gallery behind the
Okay.
judge?
What is remaining of
he
those
says what it
119
is.
specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
They're students. He teaches.
Okay.
That's true. Okay, so we can't hear much, but at least we've got captions.
True.
Oh, the dog is chewing on my shoulder. Yeah.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
It's take your student to work day.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first two that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 1.
God, okay. Fantastic. How long's that
The bait
last?
stamp
Not
from
long.
the hospital is
I
over
think it
other
lasts quite a
text,
bit.
and there was no
Off and on.
other bait stamp. So I had to, I'm guessing
What is
that it's
that
pages
that
9 and
pops
10
up?
out of 111.
That's a cat.
It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those two pages. Pages 21, and then they skip 22. 23,
Mr.
24,
J
and
is such a
25
girl's blouse.
are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there is a but for, the fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not
Hey, Myra.
indicate that
Welcome.
they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek
Do you
treatment
think
for
court TV is better?
depression
I have the
symptoms,
lawn crime.
she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit. It's a central nervous system
165.
depressant.
She's super
You're
drunk.
going to have at least one medical doctor, well, two.
Well, it
the
depends on her
forensic pathologist
tolerance.
To testify for the state, and then our
Well,
expert
that's
on
what
battery
we
cell
call it.
syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologists will be able to get that information in. So we are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to
Sure,
documents
Judge, let's
as
go with
opposed to
that, since I
statements.
didn't argue it.
It is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her
I
vital
had
signs.
a
We don't
client
object.
with a .27.
Page 44 is more of the
And
initial assessment on
was
the January
adamant he didn't
23rd,
have a drinking
2018
problem.
visit. We do not object.
0.27. That's a drinking problem.
Yeah.
Or that's a really,
actually-
really big night.
He was able to like function and get into a vehicle and drive it down the road a substantial way.
Okay, that's a drinking problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we all hear properly at the moment?
I hear it fine.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to ask Beautiful Waterfall whilst we're stopped. Do you think that the Court TV feed is the best one, Beautiful Waterfall? Because you would have been watching it all day on different feeds. So if you say that, then we'll get another one going in the background. So I'll just keep going for now.
Nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Fox 35.
Page 48,
Fox 35.
we are asking
Okay.
again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48, and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
You just want a dogger.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading
Pause.
and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as.
Yeah. So,
I've got
what?
You've got.
You've got what?
Fox 35 feed.
Okay,
There we
calm
go.
down. Jeez.
Sal was buffering a second. He was buffering.
He was super buffering.
What?
It's like, I pause. I got one. All right. Okay. Do you want to chuck it up there?
Yeah.
Let's see
Third
if it's better.
2018 visit, we do not object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment
you.
of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Yeah.
Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48, and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
We get to those.
What's 49?
What's with the swooshes?
So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results.
Swoosh.
Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was
Bless you.
tested, shows that she was tested for the presence of
Okay.
ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results
guys.
contained in another page?
Just on page 26.
I was just going to ask people who've watched these arguments, are they worth watching, or should we just skip to the opening statements?
I didn't watch him, but I say skip it.
Skip it. Let's go. I want
Get an
opening
opening.
statements.
I want to hear
Let's
the
go.
opening.
I want to hear the opening.
When I pre 47 to make sure it's relevant and
Making an executive decision, people.
Do you want to?
combine the video from one feed and the audio from another?
Yeah.
Do that on the fly real quick, Sal.
Yeah, let's go. Move to opening. Let's
Okay.
go.
There was some issues with his demonstrables.
I don't want to see his demonstrables.
Okay. Well, he hadn't updated the reasonable doubt standard, and Florida enacted a new one.
A, which
Wait,
Oh,
who
what?
did?
He's got.
Prosecutor?
He's got. He's.
The Owens.
Oh, Owens hadn't updated his reasonable doubt standard.
Yeah, because Florida apparently changed them
no.
earlier this year, and he hadn't gone around updating his.
Okay, so Florida's new
Visual.
reasonable doubt standard is like you kind of just got to think that she might be guilty, and then you can find her guilty.
Really?
Yeah.
We're going to have to.
Yeah.
No audio or visual allowed in opening. Okay.
With regard to it's to allow the state to do anything. Appreciate that. Honest, was there anything that you saw or
Okay. There he is.
thing she does.
Sorry, guys.
Oh my God, Sal.
Well, I wasn't expecting.
It's all right. It's all right. We forgive him.
Alright,
We
she
just
does.
told
I
him to
wanna hear
skip. So we're going to go straight to it.
Yeah.
And then the defendant laughs.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Snackless Sarah. Hello, Snackless Sarah.
All right. Take 12.
Take 12. Let's go.
during the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that it would impact left or right with defense want to provide? But remember, these are not evidence.
Okay, jury instructions, not evidence. What's with those boxes? That's a lot of boxes.
That's the suitcase.
What? The suitcase is in there?
Yep. I believe so. And I think that's the bat to the left of it on top of that box.
Where's the hand?
Okay. Where's the hand? Oh shit, I have to get the hand ready. Okay, let's get going.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in a suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos that the defendant herself took of this event.
Closed
Evidence is going to
captions?
show
No.
No? Okay.
We can go to Law and Crime after this, and they'll have
Okay.
it.
George Torres.
I'm sorry?
Guys, are you able to hear it or is it too noisy?
I can hear it.
You
I
fine?
can just...
It's
I can
brutal.
just-
They didn't use the court mics.
I don't think it's going to be good. I did hear like a touch just to see how good the audio was.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be good no matter where you guys go. So we could just.
Okay, cool. So yeah, after 4 years, long years of anticipation, he this is what we get. Okay, yeah, cool. Let's keep going. That's the best we're going to get. Okay.
Is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me."
For everything you've done.
Sarah, for everything
He's
you've
not
done
getting
to
the
me.
right drunk slur.
Sarah,
Shara.
fuck you. And then the defendant laughs. Sarah,
You didn't get like the half
Fuck
hiccup
you.
in the middle.
and the defendant laughs. Sarah, stupid. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me.
I should read this.
Sarah. Sarah. Sarah.
He's not very
The
good.
defendant
at this.
laughs again. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. She laughs again. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, fuck you. I can't fucking breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Sarah.
Oh, yeah.
Shh is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres gets put into this suitcase and left to die? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere, Mrs. Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God, he's in the suitcase. The first thing she does after taking him out, and I believe you will hear the description by the defendant saying, he took his little legs out. At some point she makes that statement. And tries to resuscitate him. Hears gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out and gurgling. Then the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls.
Hey, Neil.
I'm trying to balance the audio out.
Dude, did you fix this part? If you did, then we need a stream of it.
Yeah.
If you have fixed this part, let us know. Also, do you want a link?
Yeah.
Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, they would co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's that 3 schedule. And then Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020.
Why are we talking about
Sunday.
this?
And now we've
Not
left
relevant.
into Monday.
Yeah, this is not relevant. What's this got to do with it?
Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school that day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part.
I'm already lost.
You will
Why
see in
is
the
this
phone
any of
record,
this relevant?
he calls her and calls her and calls her. Then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, 10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right, but there's a doorway that you can see all the way through. Then on the back side of the kitchen in the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check please. You need to call 911. He doesn't put set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside though.
What?
Being the good co-parent that he has.
I think he said check, please.
Did he really say check? So Brian Boone, her ex, is like, check please. You need to call 911. Are you telling me that that's what he actually said?
Where did that come from?
If it's not what he actually said, first of all, if it's what he actually said, then him and Sarah deserve each other with the whole "don't wear it out" comment. But
yeah.
If it's not what he actually said, if he's trying to emphasize like "I'm out of here, you got to call 911,"
yeah,
I already hate this prosecutor more.
This is stupid.
Yeah, it's.
So what he just said was that so Sarah's ex walks into the condo. He sees blue legs sticking out of the suitcase and says, "Check, please. You got to call 911," and then walked out like that. I hope.
Please.
I'll go back a few seconds.
Either that or
Yeah,
we're
right.
not hearing it right.
Or I
Yeah.
heard it way off, but that's what I heard.
I heard it too.
Okay.
You can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen and the breakfast room area, there's the tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check please. You need to call 911.
He did.
He
Yeah,
did.
check please. You need to call 911. You need to call. Check please. You need to call 911.
Like, when you need to go in a hurry and get out of somewhere, you're just like, check, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
These people are strange.
Boy, when I was calling
That's
him
my
a
new favorite saying now. Check please.
He's painting a picture.
Well,
So you're saying that,
Stupid
he's
picture.
paraphrasing. It's a dumb picture.
yeah.
Okay.
Boy, my Valley Girl comment was really hit the nail on the head yesterday.
Hey, that's it.
You think he didn't actually say that online? Well, what's he doing saying that he said that then?
Please
Goodness
check
me.
him.
Check him, please. He thinks he's being clever. Yeah, Mr. J does that.
Yeah.
Mr. J does that. He is like a drama queen. He is.
Oh, man, please. He said he didn't say please check him or you need
No.
to check on him. He said check please.
Yeah, 100%. This is lame.
All right, very
Let's go.
lame.
He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though, being the good co-parent that he has been. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear.
What happened?
I paused it because it was going to get loud.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Are tears. You will not hear sorrow.
Guys,
Yes.
I'm adjusting this on the fly, guys, so I'm trying to
That's fine.
prevent any, like, loud
We
noises
understand.
happening.
Keep going.
Okay.
Ear bleeding. That's fine.
You will
Thank
hear
you.
a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night.
Aw.
Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth.
Hate it when that
Don't know if it
happens.
was an aneurysm.
Yeah, these things.
Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple.
No.
We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office and autopsy. What the doctor found
God's
was
sakes.
what you would expect after being left in a suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, taped shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, he suffered from blunt force trauma on his torso, in his face, his mouth. She'll use words like contusion, will help her explain contusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas, will help her understand for you all that means bleeding under the skin and blood, what you expect to improve, that's why they're running you. But he had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, the sheriff's office Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body-worn camera. And it's more of the same what we heard on the 911 call. Hide and seek. It was good. I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit of the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things.
What is going on?
Grabbing her cell phone off of the counter that was found at a suitcase by Mr. Torres and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene.
Are they going to go back to
And the basics of this
view?
remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boone wasn't even half full, so the description she is saying is one bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same.
No.
Many of us may envision what you
better.
would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that type. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters. So the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine.
She went to Costco.
A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine.
A Woodbridge.
And then at about
Chardonnay.
5:30 in the afternoon on February
Chardonnay.
23rd, again,
Don't need to be
there is
talking
another
about the
receipt
opening.
for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are in fact Magnum bottles of wine. So
Magnum pints.
that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant who is in the same weight class.
Oh, really?
She doesn't want to say her weight.
Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the
She
was
decedent
smaller
would
then.
leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine.
That's a
So in
lot
that
of
context, we were just
He was
having
so
wine,
proud of that.
enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was
that's
enough
what
room,
she said.
her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out.
Little wee fingers.
We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, She went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. Two little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day.
Gross.
She insists that they had wine, but we're not drunk.
The Boone dog.
You will be able to assess
You win me.
that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoke, did art, listen to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine.
Oh.
And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th and the 25th. What they are doing, and by they I mean Orange County Sheriff's Office in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the two videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there.
Can you press pause for just
There's a
moment,
discussion
please?
about why she's...
Okay, I just need to say something very quickly, and I'm going to put something back on the screen. We have someone watching who's very special. Happy birthday to Mavka, and I also want to say hello to Darlene. Special shout out to Darlene and her birthday boy. She is Mavka's mom. Mavka's mom is watching, and that's really special that she's actually watching us today, and she's here especially to see Mavka. Mavka, thank you for all your support. You are a wonderful person and a great supporter of the channel. We love you. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great day, and hi to your mom. Big highs, everyone. Bye. All right, let's keep going.
days with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before. Though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again.
Well, no, probably not. Yeah, toilet hooch, maybe.
She insists that she has no injuries on her. And you don't have to take her word for it, because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres' brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Miss Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote-unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall.
Ooh.
Your dad.
To hide or to seek.
What state of dress was
January
she,
13th,
when she laid down?
There's
the
another
bed?
heated discussion.
Should get a bet going.
I'm sorry?
What state of dress was she in when she laid down on the bed and said, you know, oh, I assume he's going to make his way out and come get me.
Ooh.
I don't want to know. Yucky.
Think about it. Think about it. It's in everybody's mind now.
It is now. Thank you, David. Appreciate that.
Titillating.
She describes
This is
it
why we have a lawyer
on January
here.
13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh. Torres, referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of.
Well, maybe she just meant break up.
Does she have a fupa?
No.
That's the case.
Fupa is such a bad word.
That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury, and our jury, we're all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, by court order. And that door says, the defendant's history with the victim. It is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your house.
Talking about vampires for?
What's he on about?
Why are we talking about vampires?
What the hell? What? Dude, this is so easy. This is such an easy case. Just why are you going off on tangents?
He's making more work for himself is what he's doing.
Maybe Jorge can't enter the suitcase without permission.
What the hell? Vampires? I know, like, Halloween's coming.
To the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years with Mr. Torres. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, you're going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched. I expect the testimony will be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours and she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital.
Jeez.
A 342. I'd be dead.
Yeah. Like, and you are bigger than him, and that's, like, not difficult.
Yeah, I'd be dead.
I'd be a little buzzed, but...
You'd be a little buzzed. That's good, darling. I'm pleased to hear that. Yeah. 342.
This is a man who has serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date, it's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear, potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that we mentioned in the police interview happening about a month ago. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting playing around in that way. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take the lead of the tour in this room, labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened at the point. Now, like the home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room, labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized, the experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called the DSM-5 Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and I think it's text revision, something like that. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say how to, a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all agree that it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. It's a cookbook. It gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts, because it's kind of like grandma's recipe and down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the deceiver.
Well, I can't wait for that testimony.
And what it ties into, at the end of the day,
after we talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why don't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, the isolation, control, so on and so forth. And that explains why you wouldn't leave.
I noticed that.
Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case,
What is she doing?
what you're going to decide the facts are is
She was up like
ordinary,
cleaning the
objective,
windows.
reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction as part of that. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JDC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I'm afraid this isn't done. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, take the tires, do all the things at the box. I'm here. The Carfax hood. You want an expert to get reliable information. An expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's taking the story. Even if it's the patient, the client that is saying, all these things happen to her. You gotta find proper information. You have to check reliability. Particularly, in circumstances.
He needs to stop talking and sit down.
Another thing.
What's
Who is this guy? What is this?
Okay, so Fox 35 got so bored that they had to bring someone else in.
Apparently.
Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. And that's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life and fight another day. Their cycle just spins like.
Man, you should have left it at
So just because
vampires and
you
then
hear
just sat down.
about those things, what the experts will tell you, doesn't mean that it necessarily
Absolutely.
applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies to the school. But we'll talk to her about what she
He's
relied
trying to
upon
cover his
make that
bases,
conclusion.
but
We'll talk
he
about
doesn't
some
need
things
to.
and take that journey together to get there. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the presence
Call her a
of
horse.
your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state admits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is
Oh
that
my
the
God,
defendant
stop.
killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances. Thank you.
That's
take
right,
five, yeah.
actual lie. He
Any
could have
opening remarks
started
by
with
the
the Jungle
defense?
Book.
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It has been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule sequestration will be invoked. Thank you.
Make this be so much
You may
better.
proceed, sir.
It is.
Appreciate y'all being here. I'll introduce before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Cole Henderson County.
Let's go, Jamesy.
Now, this is going to be a several-day call.
This is your moment.
Today, we're not sure, but trying to make
Put him on 3 times speed.
arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses.
See if we can hear him first.
End of the day, we need money so we can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took a note to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher calling than the right of man. No higher calling than the right of man. And we're going to ask you to do the case about this story. We find Sarah Boone not guilty. That she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres.
That's better.
Sarah Boone and George
I can hear it.
Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called
I can hear it, I can hear
alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job.
Look, he's actually talking to the jury.
As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider.
This would be a good argument.
Acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties.
This would be a great argument. I like the way he's phrasing it all. If it wasn't for those self-incriminating videos she took.
Yeah.
I know, and honestly, this is why I did that stream about could he be her bias, right? He's not got the same presence, I suppose, as bias.
No, I like his presence.
And
he talks
his
normal.
presence is, but I think he's pretty likable, right? And he could connect with the jury. We just have to see how he goes.
Yeah.
But
he could connect with the jury, and the jury could love him and still convict his client too.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely. But we still don't know what exactly he's going to pull out. But I don't think that Mr. J has a hope of connecting with the jury. He's terrible.
Yeah.
He's terrible, and the jury's still human when it comes down to it. Like, they still are a group of human beings who may feel sorry for her and may listen to this man. And when it comes down to it, though, Sarah on the stand is what's going to sink it or swim it. So, and I don't really think that she's going to be that likable on the stand. We'll see. Who knows? But
I like it. I just liked it out of the gate. Instantly, you resonated with me more so than the state.
Absolutely. Okay, let's keep going.
In considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances.
I like watching good
and the
lawyering.
most important thing I can tell you here today
What can I say?
is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that. All the evidence. The credibility of the witnesses. The photographs, the videotapes. And come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of these larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt. And the bottles were in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? really, is what this is about, how our disagreements resolved. But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that
Jealous.
he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex, and Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. And I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be a Publix video showing him going in, going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle will be in Jorge's can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle. Well, she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly.
As one does.
And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point she gets cold, she gets tired, she wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there.
They were going to donate it.
And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't
You
get
say it's large.
malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it, and that's how they hold it back and forth. Well, as she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while.
We call it hide the sausage here.
And they carry on. She sits on the couch, and at some point he says,
I forgot I was muted.
Now his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opening.
Crazy.
And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him down. He claims he can't get out. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zipper's pulled off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Sarah. Now, the truth of the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case.
Wait, I
Sarah
missed that.
Boone will
What's the
take the
key to the
stand.
case?
The 11 minutes that passed between the first video and the last,
Explain
I
what
guess.
happened.
Oh.
She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack
Oh, yeah.
from George Torres, which the law
missing 11
acknowledges that
minutes.
every one of us has a right to invoke, the right
Like
of
the 11
self-defense.
secret herbs and spices.
Which is basically salt and pepper.
And paprika. Think we need
You
a
can hear
piece
from the
of
medical examiner.
KFC chicken?
She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that, involving that. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there, and there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's
Really?
swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he
Do we
can.
have that video?
And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it.
We're going to see it,
And
apparently.
it's during an argument
What
when
is
he's
he?
trying to intimidate.
Sarah got a lot of explaining to do.
Sarah loved you. You know, you're going to hear why women love you. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles.
She's a bit loony. That's fair.
The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth, she loved her man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't read. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect.
No, Sarah ain't perfect.
Not?
And
No. Sorry.
I think she thinks
you know,
she
she
is.
does, as many of us
No.
do when we drink too much, and you sleep in. She
I
slept
think
in.
she's pretty good.
11, 12, 1,
He's doing
somewhere
an awesome
around
job.
there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase.
He's not looking for work.
She unzips it. She gets him out.
So he grabs his head. He grabs his head for like a freak out sort of thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So much better than check, please. You got to calm down.
I still can't get past the check please thing. What the hell is that?
I just had to point that out.
He got into the
Okay.
suitcase, and his life was like, check, please.
Check please. And the vampires. What the
Yeah.
hell?
The
What's with
vampires got him.
vampires?
You know what?
Okay.
Well, so Beautiful Waterfall is pointing out the fact that Owens isn't using notes. He is using notes. He has a binder. He has bullet points, which is how I do trials, because he knows this case. For as little as he's been on it, he knows this case, and he has bullet points. He looks at those to guide his opening statement, but then he's just talking to the jury. That's
Pretty
a
close.
big difference between what the like a good lawyer versus a bad trial lawyer.
100%. And like you've said this before, David, I mean, those of you guys who have been following David, also, you tend to keep your opening statements pretty short, right?
I do.
Yep.
I do, on point. I'm not going to go through every little detail that's going to come out in the case. Like with the state's opening statement, why do we need to talk about the ex-husband? Why do we need to talk about, and we have receipts for the bottles of wine. And that's the little nitty-pitty details you can get into at testimony if you need to. But just say, they got drunk on wine. How do we know? Because we got the wine bottles. Move on. You know, that was 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Like the state was trying to preempt a bunch of stuff that might come in from the defense that the jury has no clue about yet and may not even be relevant. Whereas their case is very good. They don't need to talk about that stuff. They could have been. He could have stopped about a quarter of the way through and really had their attention.
He
and that
could have skipped the whole battered wife syndrome. He could have skipped the whole vampire thing. He could have skipped a lot.
Yeah, and I really think our next milestone needs to be a vampire of some sort in the apartment.
Definitely.
So,
Yes, I think so.
absolutely. All right, let's keep going.
Job. She looked outside. Lady's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple.
Purple? I thought it was blue.
She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her
I need to turn that hand blue.
She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house, and where her son is at. Lucas. The only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. And she calls Brian. What do I do? He said, "I'm coming over. Please come over." He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs.
Check, please.
She called 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. They got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible.
But not intentionally.
I'm somehow responsible.
Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder. And they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out, and then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars. And it's recorded. You may hear that. And then the next
I was just going to pull that up. Yeah, that's a great
Sarah's
point,
phone.
Justin.
Do you want to?
That's a great point. So he doesn't bring it up in opening, and they don't bring it up. Then the state's going on and on about nonsense that the jury's never going to hear.
That is brilliant.
And it is actually very clever to lead the state down this whole battered wife self-defense argument, and they're just going to say, it wasn't intentional. She was beat up and she was scared or whatever, or drunk, and the jury could glam onto that. The jury could grab that and go.
Yeah, remember when the state said that in opening statements? What was that all about? Why did they say that? Why would they bring that up?
Oh my God! How
bad.
I would to God, that would be the greatest if somehow at the end of this case turns around, they never mention battered wife syndrome at all. The defense doesn't bring it up. Sarah doesn't even take the stand, and somehow they get an acquittal.
Yes.
Oh, he just said that.
Yeah, he does promise, unfortunately, but that would be fine.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, he promises it, but she's still got a Fifth Amendment right not to do it, right?
True.
Yeah, that's
She
true.
doesn't have to. And
I want to
they've
win
taken
so bad just for that.
Yeah.
I wanted to win just so every wine mum in the whole US is seething. That's all. That's the only reason I wanted to win. She just has to go to prison. But apart from that, the
Sarah gives
scene
them the phone, signs the consent, take the phone, take it to
would be a Jose
they
by
have phone extraction people at Church Park where they can take it, take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they find these two videos. Sarah's not aware, she doesn't remember making the video. You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Well, she
Right,
makes no
AG.
attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson is her name. Chelsea Hobson. And they end up...
yes,
Probably.
yeah.
That's probably the likely outcome. If I was a betting man.
We're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling
Okay,
good.
sweetheart.
Pregnant.
Bye.
Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was telling you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead it was an interrogation, and they were going to arrest her. They made their mind up already, and they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the two videos. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon when she got there to get her phone. They said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk to you. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies.
Wait.
She's not a
Hang
lawyer.
on. They're trying to pin it on her that it was some sort of intentional act, and it was not. He's saying now that it was not.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be self-defense. Wait.
Yeah. See, so this is my theory. The only way you get to self-defense is if she puts the hand back in the bag.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you have to like create the situation where he kind of like it wasn't an intentional act until then, but she did that because she was battered so many times in the past. So him getting in the bag wasn't an intentional act.
Yeah, him getting in the back. Well, no, it wasn't, and he got in there himself. She said that all along.
Yeah.
Right.
So they tried to get her to admit that she put him in the bag and then she threw him down the stairs and she did all these things intentionally. When she the whole time during the interrogation was saying no, he put himself in there. It was an accident. I didn't know. I went and sprawled out on the bed and fell asleep. So, anyways, so that's been his position all along, and that's what I thought he was going to go with. That, like at the end of the day, if there's anything that's intentional, she put his hand back in the bag.
Okay. Right. So this is interesting. Before I even knew about the hand thing, I was saying that two things can be true at once. There can be something that's intentional and something that's not intentional, right? So, and that because people have been saying since this whole self-defense thing came up, how could it be possible that she was all along going not intentional, but then self-defense is intentional, right? So something was not intentional, him being in the bag, and him dying actually, right? Yeah. So the fact that he died was not intentional.
Yeah, she has to have intended to kill him, but
you think?
For it to be first-degree intentional murder, yes. But she doesn't have to intend for him to die in order to be self-defense either.
That's what I meant, yeah.
And then with regard to the staircase, too, I don't think they have really sufficient evidence to prove the staircase. What they have is bruises, and they have the suitcase in a different location on a different video.
A neighbor heard some thumping.
Okay, but so what? That could have been Sarah falling down this. That could have been her giant bottle of wine going down the stairs. You know what I'm saying? There's not like a whole lot of evidence that she threw him down the stairs while he was in the bag.
There's not. They can't prove that.
Wait till you hear the testimony. Yeah, I am. We're all just speculating right now.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's keep going.
Go back.
She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand. She has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used.
It's already at the bottom of the stairs,
doesn't-
Justin.
I wasn't there. Who advised her? No lawyer was there.
Certainly not
So
eight.
she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating the witness's credibility. And they'll talk about wobblers to evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone did. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint for a blocking of an attack. But it was unconventional. Self-defense, nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. Police are there. So her attitude is not one of distress. We're here today, full packed courtroom. There's Creighton's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind, and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. Just been mentioned next week. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. We're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty. Because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
I don't think he seems nervous at all.
No.
I liked him a lot.
Tell you
Yeah.
what.
No, that was very good
Wow.
opening. Like you
Very
wanna
good opening.
preview the evidence. You want to put some thoughts in the jury's mind. You want them to keep an open mind, right? He said that a number of times. You want to keep them entertained and engaged the entire time. You don't want to bore them and put them to sleep. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, that was better than expected. And what was the promise? The promise is
That
they'll find a reasonable doubt.
That they'll find reasonable doubt. Yeah,
Yeah. And
he's going to
so
play the sympathy card.
He is, and
Yes.
he's not promising that they're gonna see that she's innocent, that she's like without any blame, any culpability. He's not promising the impossible. He's promising that they're gonna find reasonable doubt, which is all they need to find.
Yeah.
Why are people saying that he was terrible? Brad wants to know. Because they think Sarah is a horrible person, and she is.
Because they hate her. Yeah.
And they want to think that anyone associated with her is absolutely a horrible person.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's why you
They're
should watch it
idiots,
here,
frankly.
guys.
That they're not really focusing on the key issues here, which is everyone has
Yeah.
the right to a defense.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, confirmation bias. Yeah.
100%. That's why you should watch it here. 100%. Because
Let her out. He's convinced me, right? Yeah.
it is. This is the problem, right? People hate her so much and are so convinced that she should be convicted of murder too, and maybe she should be. It doesn't matter, right? They're just not interested in hearing the legal arguments. They're not interested in watching the trial for what it is, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to just watch the trial and listen to the arguments and appreciate the lawyering. I'm interested in watching the lawyering, so I think that this man here might be a good lawyer, and I'm interested in watching how he puts on this case, which is very difficult and a very interesting case. Unfortunately,
As a lawyer myself, if I was
Yeah.
ever criminally charged in Florida, which is not outside of the realm of possibilities, I suppose,
yeah,
I'd hire him. Just
Yeah.
listening to his opening statement, I'd hire him.
yeah, absolutely.
Maddie, who was it that asked something about can the state use her prior arrest videos? That was Kat. So there's a little bit of a double-edged sword there in that I think if the defense wants to go with prior bad acts of the victim, and to some extent those incorporate also like bad things from Sarah, then we have an issue. But generally, no. Generally, they can't just say, "Oh, look at how bad of a person you were on this case, and this other earlier matter, unrelated. So therefore, you're guilty." They're not going to be able to get it in that way. But the defense might accidentally or intentionally, on purpose, open the door.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's keep going. And yeah, thank you everyone for being here. I'm not saying that there's no other channels out there who will be seeing this from an unbiased point of view, but there's very, very few. Most people are saying that Mr. Owens is garbage, he's unprepared, and everything about the defense's case is completely wrong, which is just like is blinding yourself to watching the trial, and really. I think you can enjoy a trial from a blank canvas. Yes, go for your life, David.
Yeah, no. I was just with Justin saying like his pre-hearing stuff wasn't that impressive, and it might not have been that impressive, and he might have gone in thinking that he's probably going to lose. But one, you lose every motion that you don't file, and two, it does force you from time to time. You file stuff just in order to get sort of a preview on what the court's going to rule on certain things, how the state's going to respond. So there's a lot of other reasons why you would file something.
Yep.
And don't judges sometimes split the baby? So maybe you could file a motion that you know you'll probably lose, but there's another motion. So the judge from the other side. So maybe you can get the judge to kind of meet in the middle a little bit.
Yeah, there's that tactic. And then there's also like everyone was criticizing him for filing a motion preemptively challenging the foundation of the evidence and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's like, Judge, there's an order that compels the defense to do that. And the judge is like, oh, well, that was when she was in pro per. Okay, great, Judge. Well, it's still on the record, so I still have to file these motions. But he was getting a lot of flack for that, when I completely understand why he brought that motion.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Also, do you guys notice the book on the table?
Where?
What does that say?
It
what about
says
it?
The Battered Woman.
The battered woman.
You know what he should do is he should like pop it up and just like face
show
it
it to the
towards the jury, so it's just sitting there like that, just casually.
Yeah.
Just,
She should.
Yeah.
Oh,
don't think the
she
state noticed.
All right, let's go. Do we have witnesses? Do we have witnesses? Alrighty. Let's
And yeah, they go really quick today.
They go quick. Let's get into them.
I mean, Boone's not the best person, but did she intend for him to die?
Yeah.
I don't think she did.
I don't think so. But is that murder too, David?
Only if she knew.
If she put him
No,
in the
it is murder
suitcase
too,
and
isn't
she
it?
knew that it was a gross negligence or a reckless act, then
Yeah.
yes.
If she knew the positional asphyxiation could happen, yes. I don't
Yeah.
think she did. I certainly didn't.
Well,
I
I
don't
think it
think
comes
she
down to a
intended for him to
reasonable
die.
person. Would a
I think
reasonable
she was
person
being reckless.
Circuit morning, you can be
would a
seated.
reasonable person
In one seat, you can
conclude
state
that
and spell
a
your name for the record,
103-pound
please.
man zipped into a suitcase was going to kill
Torres.
him?
Yep.
I personally would not have thought that in that time frame.
Salvador's like,
Says,
I haven't been in a suitcase since 2019. Since I heard about this case.
doesn't have to be intentional to be murder too, doesn't it?
No. Okay, so
No.
the difference is murder one is you have to intend to do the act and intend to cause the death. Murder
Yeah,
two is
okay.
essentially you intend to do the act, but you don't intend the death. And manslaughter is essentially both were accidents. That's
Yeah.
that's sort of a simplified way of breaking it down.
Yeah, okay, I get that. So when we say not intentional, we mean not intentional as in not intentionally meaning for him to die. And that's what she is saying when she's saying not intentional. But she did intentionally like have him in there and was taunting him. And so therefore that does qualify for murder too.
You know what's interesting
Except-
though? Okay, so let's assume she was a police officer, and let's assume he put himself in the suitcase. He's on the side of the road, and
Yeah.
the police officer drives by, hears him say, "Help! Help! I can't get out. I can't breathe." And the police officer continues to drive by. That's not manslaughter. There's no obligation for anyone, including a police officer, to stop and help this guy. Right? So the question
Yeah.
comes down to is, did she assist him or did she put him in the suitcase? That's the question.
Yeah, but does the police officer stand there taunting him?
Well, he could.
Record it.
There's nothing illegal about being an asshole.
Well, David would be charged.
Or David would be shot.
Definitely. I'm just saying from a legal standpoint, the issue really is, did she put him or assist him in any way to
but
get
she
into the
did-
suitcase?
But she did zip it up.
Yeah, see, so that's
Yeah.
so that's where that's where she's going to be found guilty of at least manslaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I support that. I 100% support the manslaughter. I am questioning
And she was a
the
fool
murder
to
too,
pass up that plea deal.
But she was a fool to pass up that plea deal. I 100% agree with that too. In my mind, I feel like from what I hear of Murder 2, and I've looked at the breakdown, I can't recall every single item of it, but when I looked back through it, I was like, yeah, okay, I see it. It would need to be still proven, like the court still needs to prove it to the jury and to myself in the trial. However, that said, I can see it. I can see her being convicted of murder too. At first, I thought manslaughter, but everybody deserves their day in court and to have the jury convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and that still is yet to happen. So, bring it on. Bring it on. Okay, let's keep going.
Juantorres.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, it's Juan
Make one
Torres.
for you.
Yeah, the
Morning,
brother.
sir. Can you tell
He's good
us
looking.
how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And
Okay, I
how many
might
siblings do you have?
see what I can do about this.
6.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, I'd say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Very close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Leave it at one.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Wait, Sarah?
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We wouldn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
And you recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
This is the victim's brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
no
I
reason
said-
to cross this guy.
I said he's cute, but I haven't seen how tall he is.
What? He's gonna ask questions? What are you gonna ask this guy? Well,
Yeah. Oh,
maybe
God,
maybe
no.
it'll make sense. Let's go
In the
easy
beginning,
on
when
him.
you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have 1 sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
Okay. I get where they're going. The whole family
All right,
can
so
fit this
let's go
suitcase.
back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020, and that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No, because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
So
Now,
it's 7:30, no alcohol.
you said you heard Sarah.
Okay.
But they're
Yes,
fighting.
sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
What? That's normal.
You've heard it before?
No.
Okay.
One too many questions. One too many questions there, Counselor.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point your brother said he had to go, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have, if I can.
You may, sir.
That was a good enough cross.
Why do
He
you
got
think
the
he
points
crossed
out
him?
about the drinking. 7:30 that day, they weren't drinking. But he was fighting with her.
Sir, other than
Wasn't a surprise
siblings,
that they were
your
choking each other.
mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they get into a fight. He would leave.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
A redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. Be released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
It's risky
It was called
territory.
Devin Jamro.
It's tough crossing a family member of a victim. You got to be very careful with it.
Yeah, you got to be super careful crossing a family of a victim in front of the jury.
Yeah,
It can look
yeah.
really
That's what I was
bad.
like. Why do you need to cross this person? But then after this very limited cross, he did just fine. He didn't upset the guy, and he got some information that might be helpful later.
Yeah.
Sir, good morning. You can take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's Devinjamro.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with public supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Who is this dude? Neighbor.
This guy, no, he
Your Honor, may I
works
approach
for
the witness
Publix.
which has been previously marked by identification
Oh.
as States D and been shown to defense?
D as in Delta?
D as in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
This guy
Can we
plays
get video?
Army on the weekends.
Do we get CCTV?
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package for yourself?
What's in the package?
It's probably like receipts or something for wine sale or something.
Is shopping a pleasure there, SW Firefly? I don't know anything about these shops.
It's like a down south country supermarket.
Sir, do you recognize
where you
those
buy all
items?
your alcohol.
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time
Objection
of
leading.
each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your public store.
Yep.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as states D will be received into evidence without objection as states 1.
States
I
D?
object
That's
to
a bit rude.
relevance.
I don't want states D.
You want states D all up inside you.
I want none of states D. You can keep
Your Honor, may
your
I approach
states
the witness
D.
who's been previously marked for identification as states J and shown to defense?
You may.
So I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Not stage for J.
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did, yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the
We do
camera
get the
system
video.
at the location.
And at Publix,
with some D.
is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Oh, is this
Yes.
chicken dish?
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
Yes,
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17
CCTV.
p.m. and another at approximately
This is chicken dish.
5:39 p.m.
yes,
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
they do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states J into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
States
What was
J.
pre-marked as states J
The
will be
attorney
received
is
into
the
evidence without objection as
prosecutor.
states 2.
The witness is a employee of
And I have no
public
further questions for this
supermarket.
witness.
Yep.
Any
So-
cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Mr. Cacciatore.
Thank you, sir. You're released. Thank you. Have a great day.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, foundation.
Yeah, the D and the J were very quick.
State, you may call your next witness.
State we call Joan Williams.
Wow, this is going really fast. So, Mr. Cacciatore is that one in the grey suit, or camel-ish suit, and Mr. Gosney
Okay.
went to law school with his dad.
That's how young the prosecutor is, folks.
Yeah. His suit is kind of like the colour of a chicken dish.
Who's this one?
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay, Joan, Joan, Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you held
Here we
that
go.
position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer
Take 911
phones for
calls.
emergency, non-emergency, medical, we try to transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification that states L and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification that states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as
Are they
states
gonna
L will
play
be
it?
received with no objection as states 3.
Play it.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
At least it's just foundational witnesses. You're just getting the foundation in.
Parties approach momentarily.
They do play it later, I believe.
Yeah, with a different witness. This is just foundational stuff. Authenticate it and then move on. But I don't know why you wouldn't play it with this witness.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just play it with that witness?
This was trying.
Were
Maybe
you
they was trying to hurry through.
amazed when the person said that he's in the suitcase?
He gets like
Tell us how
four-
you felt.
I don't.
Yeah, gets
I
like
feel like.
Go ahead.
No, I was just. I feel like Sarah's gaining some weight. She's got a.
Oh yeah.
Like a third chin now.
Oh yeah. And she's also
Well-
aged 5 years. I mean, give her that.
You know what Bronca says.
What's
what
that?
did Bronca say?
No, I'm not. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, fine. Okay, we have a man with a flamingo shirt, I think. Are they
Okay,
little flamingos?
Wouldn't surprise me if he's a flamingo.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Him.
That's Brandon Motes?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year. A little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
Nosy neighbor.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin. Like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres' apartment?
Yeah.
He heard more than that.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time?
It was pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything, like through the walls or whatever, just out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut, like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
Oh, she says that.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah.
Isn't that call for speculation?
Do you recall the evening
She didn't say anything
of February 23rd, 2020?
What's called for speculation?
She said, or he said, that she put her finger over her mouth, and the prosecutor was like, "Oh, so basically, what she was telling you to do is like you're not supposed to say anything about the fight that you heard before." All of that
100%.
speculation.
Yeah. It
Where's
could be
the
about
objection?
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be an objection there. Also, how thick are the walls? They're thin, paper thin. Or is he an expert on the thickness of walls? Is he an engineer?
Yeah, I think that's just common phrase. They're paper thin. But the whole other thing about, when she did this one little act with her finger, this meant this entire paragraph of statements. That's sort of speculation.
Yeah, fair enough.
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and stop me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
She goes to a
Did you
different
hear any
school,
yelling
Salvador.
coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres' voice?
Yeah. Also, it was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that, it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was like where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise, like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Like someone threw a suitcase down the stairs.
Mr. Pagley, good morning.
You don't really have a
Now, you said
girlfriend,
that
do
you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence?
Like
while you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever?
Don't make my client shut
next to them.
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
Right. And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning, so all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know, from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres, that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Yes, of course.
What's to excess?
Me tonight.
Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
A recorded statement?
Yes, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I think it was on February 23rd of 2020?
Oh,
Thanks for being here.
hang on.
Yeah, right.
Need to say thank you to David. Thank you, David, very much for being here. Really appreciate you being here. Could we please have David's channel in the chat? Which one would you like?
I got a Lego stream tomorrow at 9 p.m. Check it out.
You do? Who's your
24,
guest?
25 hours from now. Ron Coleman, a lawyer out of New York, who represented a case in the Supreme Court. So he's going to be interesting.
Very
You guys
good
should
lawyer.
all check it out.
Fantastic.
Very
All
nice
right,
guy, too.
definitely. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for being here. Hopefully see you on the next one if you have time.
Yes.
Whenever you can pop on. We love having you around and appreciate your insight. And I think
guys.
you've probably got some work to do.
I do a little bit. See you guys.
All right, bye.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God he's gone.
I'm just kidding.
Now we can misbehave.
Around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
approach.
Improper impeachment? Why?
Aw, poor Boone.
Oh, poor Boone.
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the
you want me to
normal
go back? Okay.
yelling and arguing at about that time? When you
2 o'clock. Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020. Sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7?
Hang on. Did I go back too far?
No,
Did I not go back
there
far
was
enough?
the objection, so they approached the bench. I think she was
Okay.
wondering what happened before.
Objection's overruled for now.
Sir, would it be
happened
fair to say on
before?
that date you got home around 7? 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got
All
home?
yelling and arguing.
No, it was around that time, but it was really around 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You guys know.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, goodness me. They're not letting anyone go.
No, I think they're going to call a lot of them back. Or at least
dear.
some. They're going to do their main, cross-examination as direct. They'll have more time to prepare. And that way they'll have gotten the, hopefully, the BSS in.
Right. It was a bit confusing how he answered. He said he heard arguing but got intense around 10 to 10:30. And then he's saying he heard the crash at, 11 to 11:15.
All right, sir. You are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
Oh, he's not subject to recall now.
The state would call Brandon Motes.
They are going to let him go.
He's used to arguing.
Bless you.
Yeah, he needs to go home. It's like, come on now, dude, let me go home. I've spilled the tea. Oh, it was part of the missing 11 minutes. Now, I'm pretty sure this witness is around where vehicle camera picked up. So we'll
Thanks, sir.
listen
You
to
can be
it
seated.
here, and then
State
we'll
and spell
pop
your
over
name
to
for the
vehicle
record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Motes, BRANDONMOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew
Not
Sarah
Neil,
Boone?
Justin.
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so, when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible, usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like, the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment, so they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to, like, our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably. Like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
Hear that.
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that
Sarah is
you can paint the picture, where would that, would it have been on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor?
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a one-story apartment, and then they next door had like a two-story townhouse, so we only had the one floor.
We only had the one. Understood.
And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and then it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me, like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook
like
both of our rooms.
Like literally.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
Gag me with a spoon.
I never saw her after that. She would have. Yeah, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Ew. Get away from me. I don't like you.
I literally heard it.
Like literally.
Good afternoon, sir.
I died.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah. I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay.
Drunk
Do you
people are
remember
grody.
this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019, good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
Okay. So you did not witness that yourself. Or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events
Saw her
there.
asleep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Another time,
tubular.
Do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
She was spazzing.
I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home.
Someone's
so she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying because I didn't want to talk to her. She did, but
poser.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Don't have a cow.
I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the Boone, which was 10-something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5 because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch, and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
Honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay, were
She
they
needed
both
to
loud?
take a chill pill.
If I can confirm.
Yes, sir, of course.
Could she just bag your face? Noid.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall.
Please.
All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
What a barf bag.
Can parties approach?
She demanded 5 minutes and a Pop-Tart from me.
What a dork.
God, he was painful. I cannot stand people who speak like that.
It's my favorite impression.
It's my least favorite impression of yours.
It helps that you hate it.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. We want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using.
Okay, we are going to share this one instead, and we're going to, okay, so we've already seen all that. We just saw him.
Yeah.
So now we go to cooperate. Thank you, Mr. Veilhammer, for correcting the audio. Jumping in
Yeah, I
like a
don't think the rest of
champion.
this is going to work.
What do you mean?
Because they went to lunch and it ended for lunch. And lunch was really long, so yeah.
Yeah, but what, did he not finish?
No, he
the
hasn't
rest of the
finished it
day?
yet. It's still rendering
Oh,
the rest of
okay,
it.
right.
So we'll have to go back.
Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know. All right, so I'll just go back to trial.
I just did.
You did. You just
Oh, no,
told
I
me
didn't.
just now. Thanks
Yeah.
for that. All right, so I'll just go back to trial TV.
Sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry.
Doi.
Sorry. Afternoon. Sweet. All right, let's do this instead.
They call Brian Boone.
Oh, Brian Boone. Was he
Yeah.
first?
Came
Let's
up right
go.
after. Again, they don't really. It's weird. They just keep going through all the witnesses really quick, and
I've been waiting for Brian Boone.
I know, and it was really a
What?
letdown.
A letdown?
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that.
I mean, it was amazing. No, I think they're
It
going to
was
call.
amazing.
No, they're going to, I think, call him back for the
They're going
defense.
to call him back. They're going to call everybody back. They're keeping everything up their sleeve. Oh, look,
Well,
all of the students.
I like that strategy because it really.
What? Just
Said
bring
it.
everybody back.
No. To not let the other side know. Like, keep it a mystery.
Another Shelby spotting.
Where's my Shelby Bay?
Ali, quit spoiling it. Yeah.
All right, we're back on the record.
Tell
State of Florida
everybody
versus
it's
Sarah
gonna be
Boone, 2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Kester on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Kelly Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Becker against Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at council table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning.
Oh, she looks so pretty today.
State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we go live?
Yes, sir.
Can we test it? Oh, evidence projection. Ooh, sweet. Right? The students are reading me out.
If you want to test it out, Mr. J.
Do they have seats? They don't. Are they just standing there all day?
No, they probably got seats.
No, they're standing. Look.
No, I think they got benches or stools.
They don't have stools. Look at them. This is like a George Costanza situation where he needs to go and get the security guard a stool.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. AT&T officers of minus 300 minutes. Call on Monday.
He teaches a mock trial class. No, I want a Shelby
trial.
camera. There's my girl.
Sitting? Are they?
Call on Monday, February 20th.
They're testing the court audio system.
Okay, all right. Let's just. Yeah, the court audio system needs work.
They want to play Shelby's.
There are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Sean.
Yes. All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Yay. Let's get our penal.
Lucy Liu is cute. I agree, but.
Well, I haven't seen her bikini pics, so I'll reserve
Oh,
judgment.
hello, Shelby.
Oh, hi, sweetie. Oh, 2022 Miss Bikini International Champion. And yes, one of the women on Sarah Boone's team won the very illustrious competition.
Yes. Yeah, she is a bit of a hottie.
She's a
Look
hottie
at her.
biscotti. Yes,
Yeah,
we do, Yun.
We've already shown her Instagram.
No, I don't think we've shown it.
We have.
Have
We
we?
showed it on the stream.
I'll put it in
I brought it
Discord.
up on screen. I did.
Okay.
Maybe later we'll bring it up again. If you all hang out later for a treat, we'll bring up Shelby's Instagram.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Okay, blah, blah.
Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State call Brian Boone.
Aww.
Thomas, yes, if you hang out, J-Rock. Bring in Mr. Boone. Let's go. Now, he also has vocal fry, from memory.
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand and sworn, please. You swear to affirm that
He looks like
there shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
he's
truth, so help you
aged
God.
like 20 years
Sir, good afternoon.
since meeting
You can be
him.
seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, B-R-I-A-N, B-O-O-N-E.
Thank you,
He's
sir.
only 30
You
years
may
old,
mark.
actually.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
You say you dated her for quite a while. How long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
And no, it did not.
I wonder why.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
Wonder why.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Oh, maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017. I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
Does seem like a happy fellow.
Was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
It was the bomb.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
De-aged 10 years.
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently, Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking and was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Do you blame yourself, sir?
Who was she living with at the time?
You could have saved his
George
life,
Torres.
sir.
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
Nah.
So it was not
Do you know how busy
uncommon
she is?
for you to have to remind her.
Having to bring her kids
pick
around
him
to
up or
different
to
practices
make sure that
and
she
everything.
was going to pick him up.
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30
Yes.
on 2/24/2020.
Yes.
You want to get back together?
Did she call you in while you were en route to her residence.
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route,
You want to go to the
what, if
Olive
anything,
Garden?
did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
Is he always this blue?
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Can you stop and get some wine, by the way?
I mean, I don't live, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and once again, I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep, but I, at that time, told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
And then check, please.
Did she call 911 at this point?
No,
Okay,
she had
actually,
not.
I can see him saying check, please, at this point.
Yeah, I can.
So
Yeah.
you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe
Oh, what if
when
anything?
you
Oh,
made
God.
it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Check,
Did
please.
you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
No, I'm out of there.
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her, and I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside, and I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
I'd get the hell out of there too.
Well, I always need a cigarette too when I discover my significant other.
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
We want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Ooh. Okay. All right, sir. You're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your ass is mine.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about when I'm back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach a moment?
Yes.
And cross. At any point, did you ask for the check? Rain check, please. I'm out of here.
I want to know. Hang on, what's going on? We're waiting for Cross.
No, they're approaching the bench
Uh.
for witness scheduling.
Okay. Hang on. All right. Boom.
While the state attaches a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been
Hey,
received so far.
Bluetooth speaker.
Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
I mean,
You may
I
do
will
so.
say, he is really throwing them off balance, I think.
Who?
Owens.
I know. Oh, I know.
And
I love
that
it.
is what he needed to do. And I was wondering how he would do it when it came to trial. And he's brilliant.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday,
I love
February
this
24th,
I love the
2020.
911, what is the location of the emergency? 4748 Brent Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brent, S-R-A-N-T-D. And the appointment number? 3. Is this the police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, then allow for the flight appointment, do not hang up.
My boyfriend's dead. Anywho, how's your day?
That's good. No, we don't need 4748 Brent Lane, apartment 3. Brent
Ma'am,
Court.
calm down. Oh, you are.
Brent Court? Yes. Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive? I don't know where that is.
The rest of her day is shot now. She had to run some errands, but.
Correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there. My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and my cousin in his case, and we were playing, and like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was setting the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Well, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know what he had. Like aneurysm or nothing.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting out of the sheet. Right, okay. Okay,
Now?
Okay, 407, so we're on our way there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so you was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old are you working there? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're checking up on the sheriff's officer around there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this one. No, right, I need you to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's perfect.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor down his back, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay, listen, he's in the definitive of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Is he available?
No.
All right, are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, listen, so is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily cold, but he's stiff.
All right, listen to me. I want you to lay flat his back for me on the floor. Remove the pillows, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right, okay. Wait.
Stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compression to him, okay? All right? If you look your hand on his breastbone, ready to set up your chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Ready, I'm telling you. The boy got it himself.
Okay.
Sweet. Okay, your girdle.
Okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to take the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbone. Put your hands up on that hand.
Yes.
We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Go to it twice per second.
Hard and fast.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping it. All you need to do for me.
Keep pumping it, hard and fast.
I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to.
Oh, this is set. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Let me get CPR instructions.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive.
All you need to do for me, okay?
Been down a long time.
Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am,
Pump it good.
fast as they can. Okay, don't stop and say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing what I'm supposed to do, okay?
Okay.
And don't you stop in 20 seconds.
All right, just keep pumping, just count up, taking count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 30.
Okay, man, just get here as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay, keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Still doing it.
Right, okay, that's fine. You do the job. Just keep on doing it for me. All right, they're getting as fast as they can along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? But your blood pressure me.
Just like making love.
All right, I understand that. All right, keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific.
She does sound a bit traumatized.
She does.
Like, what happened?
Okay, she does
Keep on pumping
there.
his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should come up there shortly, okay?
Feel.
I'm still doing it, okay?
Okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, you said?
Yes.
What he tells his
Where was
boyfriend.
my sleep last night? I fell asleep. I mean,
Just keep on pumping his chest until they get over, okay? Okay.
I learned that from The Office. When Michael starts out with the slow part of the song.
Please hurry. Why?
Well, he's not in a hurry.
Okay, come in. Where's my puppy now?
Let us take a break, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him?
Oh, sorry, I got another call.
Okay, go. See ya.
Put you on hold.
Unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing to be recorded. Hello, ma'am?
So we're there, obviously.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. Did you work? Okay. No, not.
Hey, ma'am, this time I'm going to take you, okay? Okay, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, is still there? Hello? Contact 407-716-8684, reference to mobile. 1308. Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
I just love that book there.
I know, the book is great. You got to make sure the jury can see it. But they probably can from there.
I think so.
Like, Owen's just not stupid. He would have made sure the jury can see it.
Yes, sir. You may call your next
I just
witness.
can't believe the prosecution hasn't noticed it.
Oh, they would have noticed it. It's right there.
They should
Like,
call it
they're
out.
sitting right there.
No, then you tell them to cover the book.
What are they going to do? Stop it?
Yeah, you tell them to cover the book, turn it around so the jury can't see the title.
Why?
Because it's prejudicial to the jury.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yeah, Brooks Bible prop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
The title
Good
is The
afternoon,
Battered
sir.
Woman.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Oh, it's
Is that
Abraham!
what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
Are you going
And
to
tell us,
also say
what were some of
you're
your
an old
duties
friend of his or what?
in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager, an assistant manager, to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there, her ex-husband was present, she was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
She's confused, she's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself
How long was this conversation?
for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Well, again, I'm just going to stop this for a second because he's an old friend of the decedent and the state didn't get him to disclose that straight out. So that just looks a bit sus. I assume that the defense is going to bring that up right now.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me that they were playing hide and seek, they had drank, she was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs, she went to sleep, she woke up, she doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right, on the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right, so when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Ms. Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him, what content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
Right.
Okay. So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir,
Please hit the like, everyone, if you haven't already.
in preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat that was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's adding the teach him a
At that
lesson.
point in time over the phone, did you tell him?
Yeah, because she was trying to cover her ass
Did you
the
tell him
entire
that
time.
Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
Well, we listened to this interview. I don't remember this.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at
A
all?
previous relationship.
You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Oh, come on now. Just like,
Sir, on Monday, February the 24th,
what's with the...
that would have been the day that you were with Miss Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment?
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
Be honest, for God's
You did
sake.
not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any.
You've been called
If
out.
I can confer.
Done.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I don't have any
There's
further
no need to
questions.
add that bullshit.
Hey, redirect
You're gonna
examination.
get-
Just breathe.
You're going to get
Thank you.
found out for that. It was recorded. Come on.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres, in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block, he lived the next block over down the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018, I believe.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005, so I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwoods.
When did you start working at Tealwoods?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State will call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
Let's go.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You can be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez, Kayla, K-A-Y-L-A, Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z.
Thank you. Cash door, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Can you tell us did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service. Anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
The one that was on the
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the sheriff's office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner, you respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your
Does look
employment?
young, doesn't
Yes.
she?
Tell us, were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out
So
to the
that was
scene,
her.
were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Handcuffs.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute, and the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
They really need to fix that.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time. If we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side, away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
I did like her. Like, if she's who I think she is, I liked her. Like, for a copper, she's pretty cool. I mean, you still shouldn't talk to coppers. But she's she handled the situation really well.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, which has been previously
Young,
marked
what
for
are you
identification as states H,
What are you
I,
playing around with
and G
that?
that have been shown to defense?
You may.
You're misgendering people.
Typical.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Yeah, she
And
definitely
tell us,
kept
what
it
is that
contained.
disc?
It was difficult
Body worn
to...
camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th?
Suitcase was in
2020?
use.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body-worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
All right, what was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification
Thank you,
as states
Carla.
G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as states 6.
It literally looks like a chicken dish.
Your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights and use the overhead projector?
Yes.
Let's go. Let's get the show on the road. I need to speed it up. Tap him in. Let's go. Boom. Okay, so let's... So a lot of people would have seen this already. So we're going to go through it first.
Tell him really quick, or so we know what's going on? Yeah. You want that in. I'll worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay? I have to grab them. Okay, wait 1 second, okay? Everybody, come to the screen. Okay, well, pick up my dog for the counter. Okay, you want that?
Watch out for those. Oh, hang on. We haven't seen him there.
What's going on? What's supposed to you? It's like this for like 3.5 years. What happened? We right last night. Can you pass this to the around the FBI stuff? They need to sign it. Sure. No. Each of them has to. This might be a real thing. So each of them has to. What's going on? I just got here. So no problem. Like, together. We can do some artwork there. You were putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art.
Oh, no, it's just
having a
big.
good time with
So
it.
they're
Like, we're
1.25.
drinking a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we start to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay? That's my equipment. I told him. Oh, you the police guy? No. I told him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk inside. I called you guys. The problem is, I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. No.
This morning? I think it would have been afternoon.
I tried. I was awake, but I was in bed at like 12:30. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's what I found, and I took it out. I tried to get it out, and then I called him, and then I called you guys. Did he be here before the fire department got here? Who? The husband? Okay. Where's he at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were playing and who did come up? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. It's not cute. They had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what? Medical condition. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. No.
Let's go. I'm down.
Literally, that's the bottom line. Okay. Do a couple artwork, then we started learning how to see. That's all that happened. So I don't want it there. I don't know what happened. So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to falling out that one? You tried that all morning? Yes. Okay. Then I told him while I was in the did you start probably doing your fall part? Here, let me get this back in, okay? Please, ma'am, I got the pepper. I'm still cutting out.
So far, it's not
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get down to okay? Just don't leave, okay, Ryan? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. You don't have to talk. You don't want to You want to clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here? Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He's going to see it. It'll turn out to go. This is what she said. She's going to keep down him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls. Okay, go ahead. What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with... Here, come here. Oh, perfect. Okay.
There you go.
Yes. Hey, come on, let's go outside.
We saw her.
Good boy. What's up, honey?
And we just saw the puppy too. The puppy's not too different to the Chihuahua.
Orange County.
You didn't see it.
Right over here. We check this closet.
Man, look down. The term manlet is too funny. I'm sorry. Okay, the apartment is much tidier than I thought it was going to be. I thought the apartment would be messy.
I guess we're not set up currently now.
I really thought it was going to be messy, guys. I am impressed. I mean, the decorations are awesome, but still.
I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you down on the seat.
Now we have to start the morning cleaning.
I need to find water. Okay, I'll get some for you.
Hustle spasmix. Wow. Brian cleans her apartment.
Your Honor,
That's right, they did
Commission
say
of Public
they
Speaks
clean.
5.
You may proceed.
It's impressive. See, I just thought they were lying about that. Of all the things I think she's lying about, or not lying about, I think the cleaning is most definitely the thing they're lying about. She uses bleach unlike some people. When did she make the That's a good point,
She doesn't give me his last name, Torres. Spelled one, T-O-R-R-E-S. And his first name, George, J-O-R-G-E. J-O-R-G-E. O-R-G-E.
Really good point.
His birthday, 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend. How long? 3.5 years. We've been together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it B-O-O-N-E. First name, Sarah, S-A-R-A-H. Birthday, 10/10/77.
Right.
So, besides that, the calculate yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine. Putting puzzles together, doing artwork. Puzzles, artwork. Got a bottle of wine, and they started to play hide and seek. So, what time was that, do you remember? I mean, I know that I was there probably by, like, what, 12:30? Okay, well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep. Forgetting that he was in the suitcase. Playing the hide and seek? Yes. And at some point you put him in the suitcase? No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it was funny to be put in the suitcase, so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you, and I'll dig you up and make him, squirt a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep. Where was he?
That's from my music video.
Right down there? Yes. You zipped him in there? Yes. You funny a little bit? It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And then I fell asleep. Where did you fall asleep at? Upstairs. In your bedroom? Yes. Okay. Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still. Okay. And then you came back downstairs? This morning? Or this afternoon, yes, when I got up. What time? 12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we didn't go. Jobs. Yeah, he did tell me. Right, all that good stuff. So, I just totally forgot. You began to do CPR on him? Yes. Yes. About what time did you start doing that CPR? No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon. Because I was awake. So then I finally decided to come downstairs like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
No way.
Once he got here, you called. Yes. Okay. And air was coming out, he was gurgling, but I could tell I couldn't have him. You had to do CPR, you doing that on your own? Yes. Okay. And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I kind of with him doing it. And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any medication? I don't know. I don't know medical-wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol has to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine. Okay, all right. Here, I'm going to sit back down because I don't have one more sip of water. Yes, go on. That person will be residential audible. Watch for either guys stay dry. I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't know how to do that. Motors next on the channel. The cups are like right there. Air 44 motors. Right here. I'll talk to the ex-husband right now. Can I have a cigarette, please? Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house. It's on the back porch. Oh, all of it. Secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these days you'll have a pack from someone. Sit down and I'll try to get you what you need, okay? Just cut, please. Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Yes, it's a nice thing. You can, okay? So there's no thanks then. Hope I can give you a rundown. She's
All this talk of drink is making me thirsty. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Yeah.
Still wanting him, but I'm not a drinker. Well, as the prosecutor
Your Honor,
said,
request permission
that's
to
a lot
publish
of
State
wine.
6.
You may do so.
That's right, Marsha. But, he was littler than her. Oh, here we go. Miss Koppel. Miss Kossalot, as Beautiful Waterfall calls her. Did she get on the stand today, Miss Kossalot? I still think that she had COVID at the time. This is, what, February 2020? So coughing. She was coughing her guts up.
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, you want to stay seated. I don't want you getting lightheaded. So the rest of the detectives are going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
Hi, Sarah. My name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. My understanding you was out here? Okay. Is it just you? Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you was out here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there in City? Okay. So So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys. Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
Was your son home at the time, or okay?
no, it was fine.
Okay.
Started to play. We just did it like that. Like we were huddled together. We were doing artwork.
Sorry, everyone's gonna notice it now. Beautiful.
Decided to play hide and seek. Okay. So he decided to get in a suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was talking about it too, to get him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I was downstairs, I actually got up out of the bed. I got sure he was downstairs on the laptop. Really quiet. And then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and that's when I found it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning.
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
this afternoon,
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So I waited in bed for a little while, and then I eventually came downstairs. He was about where he was, and then I was like, oh my god, it's still. So I pulled him out, and I ripped him out, and I started describing his CPR point. I told you guys, so I told Brian. Okay. And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I told you guys. Okay. The person on the phone had me do the concussions continually, so I can't what happened. So you guys shut up.
Okay. And so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Ryan by George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take drugs. I mean, well, how do you take a bottle of wine here and there? But I don't know.
Well, my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like we're working dinner or something. Here and we'll say that's working with him. We'll be over there. But it's not like.
How many beers that is?
I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not having like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or anything, or what happened to them, I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like, neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I rode up to the before to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But you could walk there.
This I know he doesn't know, because you said he doesn't know.
I don't know.
As far as you've never known, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
You've never been to the doctor or the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing. But they were nowhere to find.
How long was that?
The surgery or the doctor? The surgery, I think was it was like 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably like 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yeah, always.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking from donation in there, so that's why
I don't get. Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere and like that.
I
never noticed that plane logo.
Background, nothing going on, or you just sit around and walk away
I was laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I told him
What position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of
so like this is suitcase, like this is his head and then he's right here and he was
So he was laying on his side?
Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I was not cleaning.
Understand this? Okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
it's gonna be
I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I'm afraid for my life.
Ah, they're playing it.
Have never liked it. I'm a blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So,
Blue-eyed white devil, I'm afraid for my life.
Take me in.
There you
Never
go.
accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughter just today.
No, I mean, like, about this.
No.
Okay. So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification, so.
They're going to tell me.
Okay, well,
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
Okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
we're gonna do a thorough investigation.
Yes.
We will definitely make sure that you don't feel
I don't know if that's what you're referring to there, but
When he's at school, and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your
this
husband.
is very interesting.
Oh, okay, Mom. Okay.
All right, we're going to go aside.
Yes, Steve, right. So I know what's going on.
All they have to do is get their attention if you have a question, you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah, okay, but you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person. We are.
Okay.
She's clearly very worried about the
I'm not gonna be here. They're going to tell me.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave.
Okay? They put, okay? Thank you. Just stay seated, okay, sir? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. I'm gonna talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
Yeah. I'm sure the defense is going to use that whole thing about the family and the trying to kill her and her being afraid of them. And I think if the state could have suppressed that, they would have.
While you were
I
at the
can't see
scene,
how
did
they
you also
couldn't.
make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your
Of
interactions
course I played
with
that.
the defendant on that day captured on your body-worn camera?
They played
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No,
questions, Judge?
there's,
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
she said they hate her and they call her the
You're
blue-eyed
released,
white,
not
like
subject to recall, ma'am.
devil,
Thank you.
that kind of stuff. So prior.
Can the parties approach for a
prior
moment?
fear, not just because she just murdered their son.
Well,
I think they're going to bring more of that into it. Yeah, Judge said that the people behind him are students.
Yep.
So that
His students.
his students, and they have to, part of their assessment or something is a mock trial. I don't see how this is a mock trial. It's a real one.
Well, no, he like does mock trials for like law students. So now they get to see what a real trial is like, how it's done.
Yeah.
See how the sausage is made.
See how the sausage is made. Nice.
You've never heard that?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, J-Rock says that my audio is way lower than court. Well, at least court is able to be heard properly. Let me see what I can do about that.
It's already up pretty well.
Yeah. Maybe court is just a bit loud then, if that's the case, because I've been working on court being loud enough. All right. Anyway, let's go forward.
Yeah.
Boop, boop, boop.
7. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places,
that's
things,
right.
or charging. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Bless you. State anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
I
Defense.
was saying bless you.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Somebody sneezed.
Yeah, he says bless you to everybody in the entire courtroom, whoever sneezes.
He also yelled at somebody for their phone going off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we skipped that part, but yeah.
Okay.
It is weird they sit behind him, though. They could just be, like, in the gallery.
They could just be in the gallery. Why do they have to be behind him?
It's very ceremonial.
It's very
and
strange.
He's a weird judge. Oh, look at him. I've never seen a judge so protective of the record.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, no, hang on. What's the
Brooks.
name? Mummy Judge?
Daryl Brooks.
We are back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Kestner on behalf of the state.
Darrow.
William J. for the
Daryl.
state.
Defense?
I was thinking Daryl. And yeah.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address
With a little
before we bring back in our panel?
cleavage.
Not from state?
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand, and we can bring back in our panel.
His father was a Zodiac killer.
That was brutal. I could not stand that woman.
Yeah, but he even quizzes the jurors about if they rode an elevator with one of the lawyers.
Really?
Yeah. And then one of them did, or two of them did, and he asked them, like, okay, and he brings the lawyers up, and then they're like, okay, did anyone say anything? Oh, there's our girl. Aw.
Yes, there she is.
Our little hottie biscotti.
Damn trial TV covering her butt up.
Oh, damn you. She had to give up her 2023 title.
You may be seated.
And
State, do you recognize our jury?
She really cleaned up
Defense,
her...
do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hand, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflects all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
Oops. Oopsie.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Deputy John Martinez, Johnmartinez.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. No, I'll give you a
You may go ahead,
smile. Isn't he cute?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department,
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
about 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the Sheriff's Office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the
half
record
Irish?
reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will still reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Ms. Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes.
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
She was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
Sarah Boone needed a lawyer.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the a portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States K will be received into evidence without objection as State 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
Babu. Babu.
They're coming out now. I'll get you some, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
Anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So what's happening in the office? And they'll have what's going on. Yeah, that'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I can say how, why, for this part. Like, why is it purple? That's normal. Everyone comes away with it being different.
Pause it real quick.
Yes?
J-Rock just typed that. And right as I pulled it up, you came back.
I don't care. I'm like, I don't care. Like, Sarah is not like my favorite person. I just want all of the people who don't want to listen to all the evidence, J-Rock, to seethe.
Suffer. Suffer, all you haters out there who just are like completely wide moms who are, like just all the people who are like guilters. And sorry, J-Rock, you're starting to sound a bit like a guilter. You're starting to sound a little bit like a little bit of a bootlicker. I'm really sorry. I like you, J-Rock and all, but it's not like you. You usually are interested in hearing the legal arguments, and in this instance, you're just all like, stuff her, send her up the lake.
So, I don't love Sarah. I'm just interested in seeing how they defend her. So there. But I do love you, J-Rock. I do love you, J-Rock. Alright, let's keep going.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
We have all these evidence here, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go make any investigation, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do, okay? And we've talked about that more in the summer, but, yeah, you.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally, like, not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too, like.
I'm always biased towards the defendant until the state makes their case. Nothing wrong with that.
What you're seeing here is common. This is us.
It's called the presumption of innocence, Justin.
No real medical history that we know of. We're going to pass away. We cannot.
I know, yeah.
We cannot do an investigation. But with the office, this is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answer.
I will tell you something else though, Marsha. Actually, Australians do have a little thing where we root for the underdog. That is a bit of an Australian thing.
True.
We do have, it's called giving people a fair go. So we do tend to sort of go for the losing team. So we can't help ourselves when we see someone who's definitely losing, like there's no question that they're losing, we tend to sort of go for the losing team and like hope that they're going to have like some sort of windfall. And it's just something that's in our nature. We sort of can't help it. Like we just sort of, we're like, oh, come on, there's got to be something that we can do for you. But yeah, like I think she caused his death. Absolutely. No question about it. But the other real thing about this is that I do think everyone deserves a fair trial. And when I really started looking at this one, again, after seeing it a few years ago, when I started to get onto this one, it was when she was made to go pro se. And I didn't love that.
No.
I didn't love what was happening with that. And at that point, I felt that there was no way she could really have a fair trial. And in the United States, you have a right to a fair trial no matter what. And yeah, to me, it didn't seem like she was going to get one. So that's when I started on that hobby horse. So yeah, but yeah, I do it sometimes a little bit to rile people up for fun. Anyway, let's keep going.
I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but it's right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys? Anybody else having to show up or wait here that needs to be here? My team's here, that needs to be here, the medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take the photo, take him, but that's towards the end of it, and they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point.
Oh, J-Rock!
So like I said, I know you
See, we love each other anyway.
With some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Thank you so much.
So just give us a little bit more time, like I said, and you don't do that. So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow? You have to.
Love you.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we get here, we will know anything.
You know what I'm going to do? Just for you, J-Rock.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell them? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason I was
Let you pick.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the
What are we up
autopsy
to with our
today,
memberships?
and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
We're 10 into the next one, aren't we?
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what, you know, what we're investigating, and that
With our memberships, we're 10 into the next one, aren't we?
They always have said that. They've always
Alright,
said
so
that.
no, how about instead, what I'm going to do is just for J-Rock, because I want to give J-Rock something.
So he's basically just not really been around.
I want to give J-Rock something, and we're 10 into our next into our next milestone, thanks to J-Rock. I think we will do a Shelby Instagram viewing. Yeah. So how about you get that loaded up whilst we...
It's already loaded.
Oh, it's already loaded. How's it's not already loaded? It's not. We're going to keep watching this. You load up Shelby's Instagram, and we'll do that for J-Rock, because thank you, J-Rock, for the 10 Excited Utterance memberships. And yeah, we're now 15 away from our next milestone, and I think what the next milestone is going to be a vampire of some sort. Okay, so anyway, and yeah, we're putting off the Pop-Tarts. Putting off the Pop-Tarts till later. All right, let's keep going.
Family, because we choose to be over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go there and see a second.
You always say that.
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I got another one that's in jail. Unless one of the Marines local.
Yeah, see, like, Sarah's family's not perfect either, right? Okay, here we go.
Fair. Oh.
Shelby, do you want to zoom this up a little bit for us?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
okay, so this is for you, J-Rock.
Yeah. This is her resume. Jury and trial consultant. Miss Bikini Coast International World Finals. Miss Daytona Beach. Miss Pensacola. Miss Atlanta. And Miss Emerald Coast.
Yep.
Shelby
Photos.
Lynette.
Yep. So this is the legal assistant, or one of the two legal assistants. The other one's just as pretty, by the way. I hate that outfit. And Scott apparently wants to do a GoFundMe because he's found the outfit. The first one. Go to the first one. Up.
Oh, yeah.
Left. Yeah, that one. Scott Wade has found that outfit and put it onto our Discord, and he wants to start a GoFundMe to get me that outfit. I hate it. It's disgusting. Come on now. That is awful. Come on, lady. Really? But yeah, she's very, very pretty. And yeah, cheerleader and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
I think she may be a minor there. Let's go back up. Yep.
No, I checked.
Yeah. Anyway, you'll pay for shipping. Lovely. That's great. But yeah, she needs better taste in clothes as far as that's concerned. And she wore a boob tube to court the other day. But anyway, that's for you, J-Rock. I'll send you the link if you want.
Well, in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever money he's doing. But the only way... Your phone's is fine, correct? Yeah. Does he have a phone? No. He doesn't. He used my phone. He used your phone. Yeah, the sheriff. So, the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So, I don't think he'll have a problem with it.
Oh, one became an attorney?
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not going to leave here. We do not know this. And then we're like, so I'm in Philadelphia. Well, she's in Philadelphia because there's going to be a funeral. Right. So that you're talking like days and no, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me get my notification. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long. So I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you're not going to stay. Please. I don't even know what to tell you. It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay? Good. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sarah. We are so not going to charge you with murder. Just keep talking.
Is the market here with me?
Okay, that's fine. You can do it there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I really coming. So just give me.
All right, yes, next. Next.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye now. Bye.
State may call your next witness.
State will call Melissa Roughgarden.
Let's go.
Good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA ROUGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator.
Is she gonna bring the
What does
suitcase
a
out?
crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes, we photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect
don't
evidence,
then, Scott,
we
just
process
watch it
the
with
scene,
us.
and then we do further
Why don't you
processing
watch
to
it
the
with us?
evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say
Hang out at
process
nighttime.
evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the Sheriff's Office, as a CSI, I had completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your career, in your course of
One.
your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 France Court, Apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with a detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
And where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you wave at him?
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Is he really dead? Remember Twin Peaks? She's dead, wrapped in plastic. She is being well behaved. I don't know why anyone's scared of her. What's she gonna do? Attack him with a pencil case?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M?
Yes.
Do you recognize the contents of States M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection to States 8.
I really like the vest.
Your Honor, request permission to
Made
publish.
a real gorilla chest.
Your Honor, can we have the lights dim?
Yes.
Can we dim the lights? See my sweater, there's no better than authentic Irish setter. See my hat, 'twas my cat. Evening wear a vampire bat. Hooray, a poodle on my noodle.
And we're first going to publish
I love this bomb.
part of States M. Picture photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
States 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
I am still alive, cat.
When you enter the residence,
And live.
what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
Grizzly bear underwear.
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you has been
Next
marked
I've
as
had
States
my
11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Right, they will too.
Showing you States 14.
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen, and there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
Objection, JPEGs. Not even in a PDF file.
Showing you.
You are doing so well, beautiful.
Composite, photo 19.
I appreciate you.
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken, so that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
You are.
Showing you States 22.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
States 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Have receipts.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence?
Is that a plant?
Yes, I did.
That yellow thing? Is it a cactus or something? They don't even recycle. Guilty. Guilty. Where's the third mega
Photo
bottle?
32 from the composite.
Yes, this is just in further into the entryway. You can see the living room.
It's a cactus cone head.
Photo 35 from the composite.
Yeah, the
This is
cops
another
took it.
photo of the living room. You can see the victim
That was
located on the
anointing.
floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Oh no. Was that the cats?
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Oh,
Was
where
that
is it?
baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Oh, there it goes. Show them
Photo
again.
38.
Why can't we see it?
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Wasn't the kid 12 by then? It's a very small chair. Well, was that for George?
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Sorry, I made myself laugh.
Photograph 45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
It was the manlet chair.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Oh, we're getting into it now.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It
Oh, it's
appeared to be
broken.
a small wire of some sort, the pink
Defective.
wrapped around the
It's
zipper.
a defective zipper. Oh, I was just saying that kitty
This is the zipper on
chair
the other
was,
side of the
George's
suitcase.
Just for the record,
manlet
that's
chair.
photograph 52.
What? It's a defective zipper, Dolly.
States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There's also no zipper pull.
Maybe she tried to get him out. But she was too drunk to remember.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
What contents? What? What? There was stuff in there as well.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and
What?
apparent blood inside
There
the
was
suitcase.
other stuff in there besides
What
manlet.
items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
So hang on a minute. Was she packing in what?
You can see the necktie
that
with blood.
fit in
It
there?
appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe
Oh,
in the
Bob, I'm not
plastic
putting that on the screen.
casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Miscellaneous.
Photo 62
IV
from the
Valiant.
composite.
Wow.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
This is getting more interesting.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
See more of the bat.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
What's that thing? It's a big bat.
Photo 69 from the composite.
Moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase. These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child bedroom.
Hey, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Hey, hello, FFS.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Oh, we got a Nick raid. Hello. How's it going?
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Welcome, peoples. Long time no see.
Photo 90 from the composite.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
In that master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify an article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
She's pointing to Shelby. No!
Showing you photo 98 from the composites.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you were photographing the defendant in this photo?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing photograph 101 from State's Composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Valium is
Both of her
a brain
hands
dead.
facing downwards, so the tops of her hands.
Oh, what happened to J-Rock? Oh no.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Is J-Rock
Photograph
back now?
106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
And that was after J-Rock gave 10 gifted memberships and took us to 15 away from our
Photograph
vampires
108.
being on the screen.
Her left arm.
Oh, it's okay, half Irish. You're forgiven.
Photograph 109.
Just blame it on an animal. I usually do.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Speaking of animals.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well, in this case.
Yes, I did.
Everyone, please subscribe to Don.
Your Honor, may I
if you
approach the
haven't.
witness who has been marked for identification as State C and been shown to defense?
You may.
If you could hit the like, that would be awesome.
Ma'am, I'm assuming it was been marked for identification as State C. Can you
Ooh,
take a
what's
look at
that?
that package for me?
What's in the box? Oh, the package. What is it? Ooh, number 6.
Yes.
Ooh.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
I just
Ma'am,
want
could
to
you
see
open the
suit-
contents
I
of
wanna see
State
the
C
suitcase.
and
Just
look at it
bring
to
out the
yourself?
suitcase. £9.99. Thank you, AI Designs. Thank you for the super sticker. The King Sterling. The King. Although I preferred the Queen. I miss old Lizzie. I miss her muchly. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Are you a designer? I'm a graphic designer. I have some graphic design content on my channel if you want to go have a look. Lovely of you to do that. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Very nice of you. Welcome. I hope that you can join us for the rest of the trial. I'm running it every night from 6 p.m. Eastern.
I have to pull them out.
Lovely of you to be here.
They're
Thank you.
Sure, just have a view from the court.
Sweeney was great. Like 99.99 kangaroo bucks, dollary doodahs. See, my favorite Tasmanian.
What is the contents of State C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as State C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Oh, there's a nice Chrissy gift for you.
You can unwrap it now.
You can unwrap it. Oh, thanks. Just what I always wanted. A 5-year-old empty bottle of wine. Yeah, it's a big bottle. But, as has been established, Sarah and George both had very high tolerance for alcohol.
You can put it back.
So this proves nothing. 1.5 litre each. Yep. And another one. Imagine tipping that back. Look, I'd be dead. But I'd be dead after about a glass of that. I don't like wine. I can't drink wine.
Did you also have occasion to collect the baseball bat from the living room?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as States B and shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as States B. Can you take a look at this item?
Oh, is it States B and it's a bat? Oh, clever. I see what you
Do
did
you recognize
there.
this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
It also has your initials and your
proud of a
agency
B.
case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, can you open States B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
Open her up, baby. Let's see. Let's see that B. Move it right along. Come on. Come on. Oh, jeez, it's taking time. You can at least hold it up for us while you're cutting it open. It'll be more fun. Take your swing. So I don't know anything about baseball bats. People have to educate me on this stuff. We really don't do baseball much around here.
What is contained within States B?
I'm guessing it would hurt.
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Show
Yes,
it
it
to
is.
the jury.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's still wrapped up.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as States 10 without objection.
Show the jury. Hello. Just looks like some wrapping paper at the moment. Baseball's just like cricket, is it? Does it go for 5 days? Cricket goes for 5 days. We don't get to really... No, we haven't even really seen the bat.
You may.
like a big salami. Patience? I'm not patient. Oh, right. Finally. Nice bat. Pretty. Now, is it hollow? If it's hollow or made of chocolate, it doesn't count.
You also had an occasion
Going to aim it at the judge.
collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Impressive.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Yes.
Do the box, 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 do the box.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states
Okay,
A.
the moment.
Tell me, do you recognize this item? Tell us, what is this item?
I might be just a little bit too excited for this moment.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description, document and my initials are also on the evidence sheet.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open states A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Yes.
Not intentional.
One. The suitcase.
What is inside of states A?
This is the
Hurry
suitcase
up.
I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this
It's
time, I'd
coming
like
now,
to move
David.
what's been marked for identification as states A
Suitcase is in
into
there.
evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as States 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I ask for permission to publish states A to the jury.
You may.
Let's kill the suitcase. Let's go. Oh, it
Can you open the inside of it?
does not disappoint. Get out of the way, lectern. Would it stink? Do you think it would smell? She can't open it. Oh. Look, it's in perfect condition. You'd never know there was a corpse in there, ever. You could totally sell that on eBay. In fact, there are bids up now. I've solved the case. Look, there's
How
plenty
easy
to
is it
unpack
to
there.
operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you also referred to as a medical examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the crime or that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional
How's that
investigation?
Beck?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody, what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
This is legit the first time I've seen Beck.
The lead detective was Chelsea Capsule.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical, or whomever might read your report, that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
Okay, this is another one of Owens's cohort. So he is one of the defenders for Sarah. He was actually the second one to come onto the to put his notice of representation down after Owens before Henderson. So I don't know. I've never seen him actually stand up in court before, but Beautiful has. Yeah, pay attention. He's terrible. Fantastic. That's awesome. All right, let's keep going.
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA and or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
You assumed the blood inside the suitcase belonged to Jorge Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat. You took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike Jorge Torres when he was in the suitcase, was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was it? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained. I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will.
I don't
Do you
understand
know
why he's
that
being
there was
so
any
aggressive.
effort made
Yeah.
in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone, is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house
Right,
and
Kat.
taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall now.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
You have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Are you zippers? I'm
Enough
an
to have
expert.
an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a low tight,
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
and that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Super qualified.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that was crap.
In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes.
So every room in the house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes. They weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, God.
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas of, like, defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her?
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions?
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please let
Your
her
Honor,
go.
can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Sarah must have, yeah, she must have fed them bad info.
Can the parties approach?
So that lawyer must have thought that there was something else in the apartment that was missed, but he clearly didn't know for sure. And if that's the case, I mean, regardless, he shouldn't have gone in with such an aggressive tone. Like, he did not know for sure that something was missed. So what are you doing going in there and pretty well accusing her of missing something and doing a shoddy job when you don't know for sure that's the case? Like, he needed to know that something was...
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device.
Well,
You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog.
That's okay.
With that, members of the jury...
That's okay, because we are going to swap over. We're going to share this tab instead, and we're going to be doing this. Because you know what? It's the trial, and it's time for the game. Let's see. We're finally at trial time, and we finally get to do our trial trivia. Oh, he's here. Hello.
Hey.
Your internet's back.
It is, finally.
It is. Are you going to play, or do you know too much? Do you know too much?
I know it all.
You know it all. All right, everybody. So, what we do, it's Hella's rigged game. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Sometimes the software can't tell between, well, it can tell, but if you are going in at exactly the same time as somebody else, you may not be it may show you up as being behind the person that you thought. Anyway, we're all playing, so let's go. You put 1, 2, 3, 4 into chat if you know the answer, and make sure that you're nice and fast, because if you all get the same answer at once, then it goes with who is quickest. Who is quickest? Oh,
That's
stop
me.
it, Scott. Yeah, no, Darlie can't play. If you play in StreamYard, then it goes quicker, so you can't do that. Alrighty, let's go, and we're gonna play some music as well. Boom, 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 boom. Playing songs. Yeah. It's the Boone and Swoon. Woohoo! Alright, the prosecutor said Brian Boone announced what on seeing the Blue George? 1. Check please. 2. Check yourself. 3. Check that. Or 4. Check on it. The prosecutor said Brian Boone announced what on seeing the Blue George? 1. Check please. 2. Check yourself. 3. Check that. Or 4. Check on it. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Put your answers into chat. Put your answers into chat.
Sarah Boone needed a lawyer.
Sure did. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see how everyone goes. Oh, most people got it. J-Rock, if I see, now do you think it's rigged, J-Rock? Now do you think it's rigged, J-Rock? And Beautiful Waterfall second, and then Half Irish, and then Marsha, and then Bob, and then AG Biochemist, and 9 others, plus more probably. Sorry, AI Graphics. Sorry. Is that your name? AI Design, sorry. AI Design. Yes. Oh well, but you weren't here for that part. That's okay. That's okay. And I'm gonna play this song now.
There's a lady named Helen.
Okay, so where did George and Sarah buy their alcohol? 1. Safeway. 2. Publix. 3. Fry's. Or 4. Fascinations. Where did George and Sarah buy their alcohol? 1. Safeway. 2. Publix. 3. Fry's. Or 4. Fascinations. And do you like my hand? Do you like my blue George hand?
I do.
By the way, it's like... Sarah. Sarah.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Mason.
Oh, look, just about everyone. Oh, goodness me. I'm sorry, AI. Beautiful, wonderful, Half Irish, Scott, J-Rock, Bob, Marsha, and quite a few others. And sorry, AI. So yeah, people were really paying attention early on. Oh, I made it really, really easy. One or the other. Must be people who've stayed. You guys, you really stayed. Thank you for staying around to the end. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Either that, or people have just been watching this thing all day. Much appreciated. Brian Boone said he saw what when he arrived at the apartment? 1. Some spilled wine. 2. Some feet and some legs. 3. A hand. Or 4. A check. Brian Boone said he saw what when he arrived at the apartment? 1. Some spilled wine. 2. Some feet and some legs. 3. A hand. Or 4. A check. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Put your answers into chat. Doopy doopy doo. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Number 16. Yeah, you can give that a go. You can give that a go.
In the land down under, where kangaroos roam.
Oh, beautiful again, and then it's got Wade, and then Marsha. Oh, sorry FFS, and sorry AI. Not a check. Well, he did say, go get check please, or something. So, do you guys spell check with a QU?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, you guys called
It's
me on
the
that one.
old-timey one.
Is it old-timey?
I think so.
We spell things old-timey as far as you're concerned sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's like the British version.
Yeah, it's like we say fortnight. How many students did Judge Kranick have behind him? 1, 3, 2, 6, 3, 4, or 4, 5? How many students did Judge Kranick have behind him? 1, 3, 2, 6, 3, 4, or 4, 5? Woohoo! That was separating the 5s from the 6s and the 4s from the 5s and the 3s from the 2s. Yes. Maybe it's a trick question. Maybe they're not students.
Ooh, could be.
Maybe. Yes. Hey, beautiful waterfall, and J-Rock, and Red. Was it Riccati? Nice to have you here, and Bob, and Marsha, and Foolish, SW Firefly, sorry, and AI, sorry. I thought more people would say 5. Actually, thought more people would say 5. You're very observant. You're getting on to me here. And my tricks. You're starting to really work me out, and my tricks, unfortunately.
I'll have to start doing it.
Yes. The student to the... listen to me carefully. The student to the right, to Judge's far right, has what distinguishing feature? And that's as you look at him. The student to Judge's far right have what distinguishing feature? 1, thick glasses. 2, nose ring. 3, mustache. Or 4, goatee. So as you're looking at the judge, the student to his far right have what distinguishing feature? 1, thick glasses. 2, nose ring. 3, mustache. Or 4, goatee. As we look at the judge, yes, as you look at him. So not to his right, as you look at him. Yeah. Yeah, people are used to this, Candace. Right? So we've been doing practice. Hey! Scott, old line, Marsha, AG, well done. J-Rock, nah. Foolish, no, sorry, AI. Yes, see, Scott, Old Line, and Marsha, you guys know me. AG and half Irish, well done. Lucky guess? It was like a Gestapo kind of mustache. That was why. I thought you guys would notice. I didn't trick you this time. Ha ha ha. No. Scott! Yes! You got it! Hang on, let me take this away. Scott got it! Is this your first one, Scott? Is this your first win? Wow! Marsha, you're up there too, and half Irish. You're nearly at your 7 wins. Hang on, are you 7 times champion or 6 times champion? I haven't worked it out yet. You need to update me on that. Scott, yes. Scott has been helping out so much behind the scenes with all of the preparation, all of the documents and things, like keeping me up to date with all the latest Boone stuff. Just like Beautiful as well, you've also been helping out heaps. Thank you so much. Making sure that you're here every time. Rigged again against J-Rock. J-Rock, you did get a couple of them, right? So you can't be completely rigged. Otherwise, how am I rigging it if you get some right? I have no idea. Thank you everybody for being here and for being part of this. Today's been amazing. I just have to let you know that this is my first time running a full trial since January. And back then I stayed up during the night to do it. That was a stupid idea. That was a really, really dumb idea. Oh, you guys are great. Oh, thank you, Candace. That's lovely. It's really wonderful to have you here. in my photo. Her name's Lavender. Oh, yeah, lovely. Okay, so I will put this up on my community page and in the Discord. People who are new members, and thank you to everybody for the memberships today. Let me just have a quick look at that. I will put this screenshot up, which I always do, as a congratulations to everybody who was a player and who ended up on the leaderboard. So we will be back running this trial again every trial night, 6 p.m. Eastern. Guys, if you're not enjoying watching it elsewhere, why watch it elsewhere? Just stay. Just don't watch it during the day and come here 6 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch it on Fast Track with us. It's good fun. Not that I'm saying, like, obviously, if you want to watch it during the day, watch it during the day. But if you don't want to, I mean, I'm getting a lot of people in chat going that they're not enjoying watching it in other chats during the day. So why? You don't have to. Unless you find somewhere you really want to watch it, then cool. But yeah, if you're enjoying watching it here, then watch something else during the day. I mean, a lot of people here are watching YSL during the day or something like that, and that works out perfectly. So if you're watching YSL during the day and you end up here to watch Sarah Boone at night, fantastic. But yeah, I mean, if you're not enjoying watching it live and then you come in here and watching it on repeat, have a chill and just watch it live with us. Live as in the first time with us. That'll be fun. But whatever you want to do, it's always fun. It was opening day. You couldn't miss it. Oh, that's nice. Beautiful. I love having you here. You know that. And I appreciate you doing it twice just to be with us, really. And that was really sweet of you. Really sweet of you. But you're bored at work. Well, you do whatever you want, AJ. But I think hopefully Sean will be running some during the day as well soon. So definitely he's a great person to watch it with if he's running it. But yeah, a lot of the chats are very, very sort of just we hate Owens and we hate anything to do with the defense side of it. And I understand not liking Sarah and wanting her to be put into prison and lose. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it's nice to be able to just enjoy watching the legal arguments. So each to their own. Each to their own. You guys, the great thing about YouTube is you get to just watch whatever you like. So, yeah, I really appreciate you all being here. I appreciate the people who've come via other channels as well. Thank you to Nick for the raid. Thank you to Kat, not Williams, for the raid as well. Thank you to all of you who are regular viewers. Really appreciate you. Yeah, you watch multiple streams. It's interesting to see points of view online. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you're enjoying getting the different points of view, go for it. But yeah, I've noticed a couple people earlier were just like, well, the other ones were saying that Owens was garbage and not enjoying it. If you're not enjoying it, then, you know, do as you please. You don't have to be anywhere. You don't have to be, if you don't like it here, you don't have to be here. Do as you please. That's the best thing about this whole format, is you get to just choose where you go. So love that about this whole thing. Now, are we going to go and visit Peen? I think so. Again, I'm going to send you over to Peen. If you like watching Peen, that's cool. His name's Peen.
Not that guy.
Not that guy. His name's Ping. But yeah, I'm going to send you over to Ping. And he's a lovely Australian. Oh, he's here. Is he still going? Oh, hang on. Let's just make sure of that. Let's just make sure of that. Is he still alive?
I'm sorry.
Oh, he might not be. Oh no. Oh no. He might not still be alive. Well, he missed out, didn't he? Oh. Oh well. Oh well. Have you got your stream set up for tomorrow?
Oh, yes, I do.
You do? Oh, well, I'll chuck you over there and you guys can just go press the like over there. But yeah, that's a shame. That is a big shame. Oh well. Yeah, I was going to send you over to Ping, but he seems to not be live. Oh well. I shall.
Is Sean going?
Sean? Don't think so.
I didn't think so.
No, he was a guest on somebody else's stream earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Oh well, I'll just fix this up then. Okay. Yeah, guys, can you please go over to Daily Stream, press the like and put the notification button on when you go over there. That would be fantastic. Alrighty, sweet. Thank you everyone for being here, and I'll see you for Hearsay for Days on Sunday as well, 4 p.m. Eastern, and back here for the trial at 6 p.m. Eastern on Monday. Love you guys. Oh, Sean will stream late night. Well, fantastic, guys. I'll be in his chat for that also. So definitely, maybe. Do we have a link for that?
I don't think if it is redirect, I don't know if it is.
Okay, he hasn't. He does set his streams up late.
I know, yeah.
He does set his streams up late. Okay, not to worry. He'll be fine. Everyone goes over to see Sean anyway. All right, definitely. I'll be over there too. Love you guys. Love you guys. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Much appreciated. First time running a trial in a really long time. Let's get the song going. Let's get the song going. Not Boone.
Her name was Ella. She was an Aussie. She was a fake lawyer from the future. She got on YouTube and made some live streams.
He doesn't have his link up yet. That's why we can't send you there.
The words are always surrounding because she's an 803.